شرم الشيخ. Et comme je vous ai dit, mesdames et messieurs, nous sommes toujours en transmission directe pour voir, pour discuter de l'afflux des dirigeants dans la ville balnéaire de Sharm El-Sheikh pour participer à ce sommet international de haut niveau.
Voit dans le ciel tous les avions qui arrivent, les délégations voient dans le ciel tous les avions qui arrivent, les délégations commencent à arriver et le président El-Sisi vient d'arriver maintenant ici à Sharm El-Sheikh et on attend bien sûr l'arrivée du président américain. Mais pour l'instant, ce sont les délégations qui sont là. On se prépare pour la signature de l'accord du siècle, puisque bien sûr on attend cette occasion depuis longtemps pour marquer la fin de la guerre à Gaza et pour vraiment voilà, on entend maintenant les avions qui passent, qui annoncent l'arrivée des présidents qui viendront assister à cette signature. Et depuis hier, il y a aussi en Égypte tous les préparatifs sont là. Et voilà tout ce que je peux dire pour l'instant. On n'a pas encore rien de précis pour les horaires exactement, mais tout ce qu'on peut dire maintenant, que déjà ils ont commencé l'échange des otages et le président américain s'est rendu en Israël pour assister à cet échange et il va donner un discours là-bas et il viendra plus tard ici à Sharm El-Sheikh. Et aussi, on a su aussi que le président Abdel Fattah El-Sisi a décidé d'offrir la médaille du Nil au président américain pour son rôle et son soutien à la paix et la stabilité de la paix dans la région. Voilà, c'est tout ce qu'on peut dire pour le moment. On vous donnera davantage de détails dès qu'on aura de plus de détails sur le sommet de Sharm El-Sheikh pour la paix, pour mettre fin à la guerre à la Gaza. Merci, Dina Abdelmegid de l'Égypte.
Je vous remercie infiniment pour votre intervention. Dina Abdelmegid, notre correspondante à Sharm El-Sheikh, qui nous a expliqué la situation en attente du début du sommet international. Et maintenant, nous suivons toujours l'afflux des dirigeants vers Sharm El-Sheikh. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, je vous laisse maintenant avec une petite pause.
آن الأوان. لم نكن لنقبل الهزيمة أو أن ينتهك شبر واحد من تراب مصر. وبدأت سيمفونية يقود عازفيها مايسترو محترف لتلوح لنا في الأفق بوادر النصر. القوات المسلحة المصرية تنتفض وبأيد قوية تعود سيناء مصرية. أكتوبر 73 إرادة شعب صنعت مجد.
ولم يكن يخامر.
Toujours, mesdames et messieurs, durant cette couverture très spéciale, pour une journée très spéciale, celle de l'accueil de l'Égypte et spécifiquement à Sharm El-Sheikh du sommet international au plus haut niveau pour finir la guerre, pour mettre fin à la guerre à Gaza. Un sommet qui sera co-présidé par l'Égypte et les États-Unis en présence de plus de 20 dirigeants du monde qui y seront pour participer à ce sommet. Et bien sûr, le porte-parole de la présidence égyptienne a affirmé aujourd'hui que le président palestinien Mahmoud Abbas et le premier ministre israélien Benjamin Netanyahu
مشاهدينا نتابع مع حضراتكم الآن وصول طائرة الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب إلى جديدا من فصول السلام الإقليمي، وكما يطلقون عليها قمة استثنائية يشهدها العالم تحت عنوان قمة شرم الشيخ للسلام. نتابع الآن
the most politically effective country and key player in the Middle East. The sample list and the most frank proof that is stand by what I'm saying right now as president, whose presidential plane has already landed in Sharm El-Sheikh to start his co-chairing of the summit that is about to take place just a few minutes later. So when somebody talks about Egypt, he has to know that he's talking about a great and a big history, a very great present as well. Let me say that the Egyptian leadership proved to the all that Egypt as the country number one in the Middle East, because Israel itself has tried many times to escape reaching peace agreement, and there are many key players, regional, international ones, who try to push Israel to do that. But actually, it has Egypt that gave no space to the Israeli negotiating team or delegation to vote in obstructions or not to allow the ceasefire agreement to take place. Let me say that. Let me talk frankly even about a very important part that is belongs to Hamas, to the Palestinian movement of Hamas itself. There are some commanders of Hamas. Actually, Egypt is a great country because it is always forgiven even those who antagonize it, because Egypt is bigger than anyone and anybody. That's why Egypt never stops even against somebody or someone who does something against it, because Egypt is very stronger than this. Egypt succeeded to forget about many things or many slight mistakes that some of Hamas commanders said and did over the past period, and really it is taught by the issue of peace that takes the issue of the peace that must be accomplished in the Middle East, and really it does. What I want to say is what is happening right now is a carnival, is an Egyptian carnival from all sides. The Egyptian leadership sends a frank and a clear message to all the countries in the world that this is a great Egypt. It is Egypt. It is Egypt that is getting back its leading and pioneering stance all over the world. It is Egypt that everybody comes to. Egypt never goes anyone, but Egypt is a country that everyone comes to it.
Yes, Dr. Zakaria Osman, editor-in-chief of Al-Ahram newspaper. And now we can all see the arrival of U.S. President Donald Trump to Sharm El-Sheikh International Airport, and President El-Sisi is heading to to the airport in Sharm El-Sheikh to welcome the U.S. President in his first official visit to Egypt. And also the President decided to grant the U.S. President the Nile Medal in appreciation of his peace efforts, as the U.S. President made a pivotal role for putting an end to the war in Gaza, the last such effort in a series of moves that include attempts to stem also the Ukrainian war. And now we have just seen President El-Sisi heading to the U.S. plane to welcome the President Donald Trump. And as we all know, that U.S. President Donald Trump and the President El-Sisi are expecting to co-chair Gaza Peace Summit in Sharm El-Sheikh. Also, President El-Sisi welcomed many world leaders early in the day ahead of participation at the peace summits.
Yeah. I'm all in ears.
Yes, yes.
Actually, what I want to say is when Mr. President El-Sisi makes his way to Sharm El-Sheikh International Airport to receive his own U.S. counterpart,
yes,
this is another clear message. It indicates that the president of the Middle East. The president of the Middle East country, the president of the country number one in the Middle East, our great president, is receiving the president of the country number one in the world, the U.S. president, or his own U.S. counterpart. So it is a carnival. Everybody has to focus on what is happening right now. Nobody can deny that the U.S. President Donald Trump has exerted his own efforts, and he really did his own best to architect the peace plan. That's why the media described it at the beginning as Trump's peace plan over Gaza. But let me say that without the Egyptian leadership that has tried to build on Trump's peace process, nobody. Trump's peace plan over Gaza couldn't have seen the day of light because, as I have said many times, when I wanted to comment on the importance and the insignificance of what Egypt did. I said that it is only the Egyptian intelligence agency that played a very distinctive and great role to achieve a rapprochement and to narrow the gaps between the Hamas delegation and the Israeli one, because both delegations have been completely biased against each other, and there were very complicated points or items in the agreement. But the Egyptian Public Intelligence Agency and its great chief, Brigadier Hassan Rashad, could have removed all the barriers, and they could have allowed Egypt to be the architect of Gaza agreement. So let me say it again. Today, Gaza International Summit in Sharm El-Sheikh is co-chaired by our great Egyptian President El-Sisi and his U.S. counterpart Donald Trump, whose presidential plane has already landed in Sharm El-Sheikh International Airport to send a clear message to everybody that it is only Egypt and U.S. who make peace in the world in general and
Yes.
in the Middle East in particular.
Yes, Mr. Zakaria, as now we can see President El-Sisi receives U.S. President Donald Trump in Sharm El-Sheikh airport in his first official visit to Egypt, and we all know that the U.S. President is co-chairing the summit with Gaza summit today with President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, and the President decided to grant the U.S. President the Order of the Nile in appreciation of his peace efforts, as the U.S. President made a pivotal role for putting an end to the war in Gaza. And as we all know, that Gaza summit is expected to start shortly, as many world leaders arrived early in the day. The U.S. President is coming from Tel Aviv after he addressed the Knesset early in the day. And also the U.S. President said today in his address that the Middle East will be a magnificent region soon. As he was addressing the Israeli parliament, also he said that the day marks a historical dawn for a new Middle East. He described the White House envoy Steve Witkoff as a great man, and peace would not have been achieved without his presence. He also expressed appreciation to Arab and Islamic countries that helped reach a deal to end the war in Gaza. He also said that the Middle East region is heading towards a golden era, and Arab and Islamic countries are peace partners. He said by the ceasefire deal, a painful nightmare for Israelis and Palestinians has ended. He also said that hatred speech has fruited nothing but murder and destruction. Now we are all waiting for U.S. President Donald Trump to start his visit to Egypt and join the rest of world leaders in Sharm El-Sheikh to start Gaza Peace Summit, as he is co-chairing the summit, which aims to put an end to the war in Gaza Strip and also to consolidate peace and stability in the region. And also, as we all know, that tens of thousands of Palestinians who survived the 2 years of Israeli aggressions continued returning their homes in rubble-strewn neighborhoods in Gaza City, north of the enclave, as a ceasefire was holding. Now, President Donald Trump is heading to the venue of the meeting today, the summit, the peace summit in Sharm El-Sheikh, and is received by by the Egyptian President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi. This is the first visit by U.S. President to Egypt since he assumed office, and the President is expected to co-chair the summit with him, and the summit aims at ending the war in Gaza. President Fattah El-Sisi also arrived early at the premises of Sharm El-Sheikh Peace Summit to welcome world leaders who arrived early in the day. President Fattah El-Sisi decided to grant the U.S. President the Order of the Nile in appreciation of his peace efforts. And this is a historical day for Egypt, as it succeeded in mediating between Israelis and Palestinians, and succeeded in reaching an agreement that ends the war in Gaza after 2 years of aggression. The US President is coming from Tel Aviv as he visited Israel early in the day. He also addressed the Israeli parliament and made a historical speech marking the end of the war. And we are all expecting a Gaza summit, peace summit, to start shortly after the arrival of US President Donald Trump, as he is now heading to the summit venue to join the rest of the world leaders who arrived early in the day. The summit is co-chaired by Egyptian President El-Sisi and the US President. And dear viewers, that was a live transmission for the arrival of the US President Donald Trump in his first official visit to Egypt, as he is heading now to Gaza summit venue in Sharm El-Sheikh to join the rest of the world leaders who arrived early in the day to start the summit and announce the end of the 2-year war in Gaza. President Donald Trump went to Israel early in the day to celebrate the US brokered and Egyptian brokered ceasefire and hostage deal between Israel and Hamas, an agreement that he declared had effectively ended the war and opened the door to building a durable peace in the Middle East. Trump told reporters traveling with him aboard Air Force One that the war is over. He said he thinks people are tired of it, emphasizing that he believed the ceasefire would hold because of that. As after that, he arrived to the Israeli parliament to deliver his speech.
both President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and U.S. President Donald Trump are heading to the venue of the conference center to co-chair the Gaza Peace Summit, which is taking place in the Red Sea resort of Sharm El-Sheikh, as U.S. President Donald Trump arrived shortly in the airport of Sharm El-Sheikh to participate in the summit. He was received by President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. Both leaders are heading after this reception to the venue of the conference center to start the summit. Also, the U.S. President is coming to Egypt after visiting Tel Aviv and addressing the Israeli Knesset, where the U.S. President talked about the importance of reaching an end to the nightmare which has been taking place for 2 years, and a new dawn is starting for both the Israelis and the Palestinians. The U.S. President said that we are witnessing a great day. We thanked everyone who worked on this, and he thanked his partners from the Arab states who did succeed to reach this very important agreement, and he honored also the release of hostages and detainees, and he said the nightmare is over for both the Palestinians and Israelis. The U.S. President also said that the policy would be based on peace, and the new era would be witnessed in the Middle East region, and the reconstruction of Gaza will take place starting the end of this war. And he said it is time to gain the results of the efforts of all parties. Great efforts actually did take place for the mediators, Egypt, Qatar, and the United States, to end this brutal war that lasted for 2 years. The U.S. President said that he is going to meet with the most powerful nations here in Sharm El-Sheikh. Earlier today, many world leaders, more than 20 heads of states and governments, as well as the heads of international organizations, arrived in Sharm El-Sheikh to take place and to participate in this historical summit in the land of peace, the city of Sharm El-Sheikh. The peace is writing a new chapter today with the participation of the world leaders, with the participation of the U.S. President to end the 2 years of genocide war in the Gaza Strip, and to start a new dawn of peace in the Middle East region, as the U.S. President Donald Trump said earlier today. And before boarding the Air Force One heading to the Middle East, the U.S. President told reporters that the war in Gaza is over. And the U.S. President also said during his speech before the Knesset that the commitment to the reconstruction of Gaza will take place. We are watching here live, our dear viewers, the arrival of both President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi and visiting U.S. President Donald Trump arriving to the venue of the conference center, which is the host and the venue of the conference center for the peace summit for Gaza, where the world leaders are actually waiting for the start of the summit after the arrival of the U.S. President. And earlier today, President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi decided to give the U.S. President the Order of the Nile in recognition for the efforts exerted by U.S. President Donald Trump for reaching a peace agreement and end the war in the Gaza Strip, a war of brutality and genocide that take place 2 years. have just watched the arrival of U.S. President Donald Trump to
هنا من جميع الخلفيات السياسية يريد حل عادل لهذه القضية الفلسطينية.
نعم دكتور إدموند، أستأذنك الآن هناك لقاء يتم فيما بين فخامة الرئيس عبد الفتاح السيسي وفخامة الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب في قاعة مركز شرم الشيخ الدولي للمؤتمرات بحضور وزير الخارجية من كلا الطرفين ورئيس جهاز المخابرات العامة.
الهدف من اليوم بعد التوقيع؟ لا، ولكن أعتقد أننا سنتفق، وأعتقد أيضا أنهم يحتاجوا إلى المساعدة، لأن هناك الكثير من العقوبات التي توقع عليهم، ولكن لا يمكنهم أن ينجوا بدوننا، لأن العقوبات الموقعة عليهم صعبة جدا. وإذا قالوا نحن نريد
I know so many Iranian people. They're great people. They're smart, great people. Engineers, lawyers. I mean, they're academics. But they took a big hit. And frankly, if we didn't hit them with the nuclear, I don't think you would have been able to have this incredible, this deal, this once-in-a-lifetime deal. Nobody's ever seen anything like what's happening today. And countries have all come together, all different countries. Some liked each other, some didn't, most didn't. And they've all come together. Every country has come together. And by the way, Iran did put out a statement, you know, that they support this deal very wholeheartedly. So that was in itself something. But no, I think they want to, that's all I do in my life. I make deals. And they want to make a deal.
Now that the living hostages have been returned, can you please tell us what the next steps are?
Well, they're going and looking for bodies. It's a pretty gruesome task, and they know where numerous are, as you know. I guess 5 or 6 are in yet now, but they're looking for bodies. They know the areas, and they search parties out, and they're doing it in conjunction with Israel, and they're going to be finding quite a few of them.
President Trump, can you tell us when phase 2 of the negotiations will begin?
Well, it started. I mean, it started as far as we're concerned. Phase 2 has started. And, you know, the phases are all a little bit mixed in with each other. They're going to start cleaning up. If you look at Gaza, it needs a lot of cleanup. That's why when I talked in my speech, I talked about the debris. I used the word debris. That's debris times 10. So, but they're going to really do a job. They have a lot of power. In another room, you have the wealthiest, some of the wealthiest nations in the world. All leaders, the big leaders are here, the emirs and the kings and everybody, and it's a very interesting group. I guess we have like 35 countries And that's only because they were the 35 that we invited. Everybody that we invited came. So there's a lot of respect. And I think you'll see some tremendous progress, both in the Middle East. This country is doing very well. It has good leadership. It's about leadership. And it's really nice when you say, how is your crime situation? And they don't even know what you're talking about. What do you mean crime? We don't have crime. Because if he has crime, he puts it out very quickly. Some people think that's not nice, but I think it's great. Because people don't want to be mugged and smashed, and they don't want to be stupid people. They have a place that is doing very well. We're very proud of him, because we knew each other from the beginning. The first time I met, it was in a hotel, and I was going to meet him, and then Hillary Clinton was following me. Remember Hillary Clinton? And he liked me so much, he never even got to see Hillary. He saw her for about 2 seconds. But he didn't really want to waste a lot of time. He knew what was going to happen. But that was the first time we met, and we had a very good chemistry together. And it continues till today. So I want to thank you all very much. I appreciate the way you covered this really momentous, I've never seen anything like it. The level of love, the level of respect for what it is. And it's, you know, it's peace in the Middle East, and everybody said it's not possible to do. And it's going to happen, and it is happening. It's before your very eyes. And that's why it's become so fascinating. Marco, do you have anything to say?
Egypt's been a phenomenal participant. I think both Steve and Jared will tell you the critical role they played, and they can tell you themselves. They hosted the talks here, and they're going to play a very important role now in the follow-up, the implementation of this, which is really, it's not simply about restoring Gaza, it is about transforming the region. So we have an incredible partner, a long alliance, very capable partner here, and a tremendous collection of leaders. This is clearly, in my mind, I think in the mind of everyone in this room, probably one of the most important days for world peace in 50 years. And that's not an exaggeration.
Only 50?
Maybe 100. Certainly since the end of World War II.
Mr. Witkoff and Mr. Kushner, I'm curious, you played such an important role in the tactical negotiations here. What will your role be going forward as a lot more has to be brought to the table here?
Oh, the minute we had inked the deal, Jared and I were already working on the implementation side of the deal. So we're dug in. We'll be here quite a bit. That's at the direction of the president. That's probably going to be one of the most important phases here. Jared is remarkable to work with. I talk about it all the time. And of course, we both love working for the president. So it's feels like a very honorable job.
Mr. President, would you like to say something with the interpreter?
Yes. اسمحوا لي في البداية أن أنا أرحب بفخامة الرئيس. وأنا سعيد وكل شرف بوجودك في شرم الشيخ مدينة السلام. ويسمح لي بفخامة الرئيس أن أنا اسمي وباسم كل المصريين ويمكن حتى بكل محب السلام أوجه لك
The Egyptian people. This is a great achievement.
Well, first of all, we will actually say I welcome you to Egypt. It's a great pleasure and an honor to have you with us here in the city of peace, Sharm El-Sheikh, and also to extend on behalf of all Egyptians and peace lovers around the world, salute, the appreciation and the respect for this unprecedented and momentous accomplishment.
أنا كنت متأكد فخامة الرئيس أنا كان الوحيد القادر على تحقيق هذا الإنجاز وإنهائه.
I've been very confident that Your Excellency is the only one who is capable of bringing this about and bringing an end to this war.
وأنا في خلال اتصالي بفخامة الرئيس ذكرت له ذلك بدقة. قلت له فخامة الرئيس أنت وحدك القادر على تحقيق السلام في منطقتنا.
I even said that very precisely during my communication with Your Excellency, that you are the only one who is able to bring about peace and to achieve peace in this part.
بشكرك فخامة الرئيس.
I thank you, Mr. President.
ولكن عايزين نستكمل مثبت وقف إطلاق النار ونطلق سراح كل الرهائن وحتى يعني للأسف الجثث المتبقية في أسرع وقت عشان تسلم إلى ذويهم في إسرائيل، ثم إدخال المساعدات ونستكمل باقي المراحل.
And what we need to do now is to fixate the ceasefire, make sure that it maintains and sustains, that we can deliver all of the remaining, the bodies of the deceased to their families, and this is very important, to bring in more humanitarian assistance into the Strip, and working very closely on following up the rest of the steps that should be taken to make this successful.
Mr. President, you did very great. Thank you. That's very nice. Thank you. He's a good man. He's a good man. We're with him all the way.
Will he be on the Board of Peace, sir?
I'd like to have him on the board. I'd like to. We may need an interpreter, but that's okay.
As long as the President, His Excellency,
You can't do better.
the Board of Peace, I'll be there.
We've had many leaders want to be on the board, actually. The Board of Peace, it's taken on, Steve, I'd say a life of its own. Do you want to discuss that, what's happened?
I think we have a long list of applicants to be on that board.
Everybody wants to. That's very nice. That's better than the other way. Usually it's the other way. Nobody wants to be on the board. But it's really taken on. This whole thing has taken on a life that's very different. So it's been really a great honor. And you people have done a fantastic job, I want to tell you. We appreciate it very much. Rusty. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you. Let's go, girls. Go, thank you. Thank you,
One second. أنا عايز دعم فخامة الرئيس ورعايته معانا في مؤتمر إعادة الأمن.
I just want and look forward to Your Excellency's support and your sponsorship with us in the conference for the reconstruction.
Thank you. 100%. Thank you. Thank you, everybody.
All right, thank you, Brad. You guys, let's go. Thanks, guys. Let's head out.
Come on, guys. That was the joint press conference for President Abdel Fattah el-Sisi. He was joined by Jordanian King Abdullah II, and he is receiving the Arab leaders and world leaders and talking to them ahead of taking this group photo for the world leaders who are participating. We are watching Emir of Bahrain taking a photo with U.S. President Donald Trump.
Yes, it represents the friendliness of this and the positive, of course, atmosphere, or what we're seeing is that everyone is happy, inshallah, with what's been completed, inshallah, and we're seeing the light as we are seeing.
Indeed, it's a historical day, Ms. Haneen. You as a Palestinian woman, and you have seen the suffering of the Palestinian people for the past 2 years in particular. What's your dream here after this historical summit is taking place with the participation of world leaders? What are your hopes and demands from world leaders regarding Palestine?
For the next generations not to witness what we've witnessed. Until now, the echoes of the bombardment and the firing and the shooting still echoes in my ears, years and years after leaving Palestine, forcefully, of course. I don't want my children to relive this. I don't want the new generation to relive this. We're speaking of children at very young age and speaking as
yes, and sorry for the interruption again. We are watching here U.S. President Donald Trump taking a photo with French President Emmanuel Macron ahead of the start of the summit for peace in Gaza. Indeed, a very important moment to remember. Hope we see a new dawn for peace in the Middle East and in the Palestinian territories and in Gaza in particular. the U.S. President is receiving the world leaders who are attending the Gaza Peace Summit in Sharm El-Sheikh, the city of peace. From the city of peace, we are signing the agreement for a new peace treaty with the Indonesian president. Now the U.S. president is taking a photo to remember this very special moment. And U.S. President Donald Trump is with the Qatari Emir Tamim bin Hamad. Qatar did play a very important role along with Egypt and the United States as mediators between the Israelis and Hamas to end 2 years of war. It has been a long journey of mediating, but it was fulfilled with this very important and historic agreement. And the agreement between the Palestinians and Israelis after the proposal, and U.S. President Donald Trump is having a photo with Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan before starting the summit in Sharm El-Sheikh. The world leaders were keen to participate and play an important role in the rebuilding of the Gaza Strip after its destruction, after 2 years of genocide war on the Gaza Strip by the Israeli side. And here comes the proposal of U.S. President Donald Trump to end the war, which was approved from the Israelis and from Hamas with the mediation of Egypt, Qatar, and of course the United States. And back to Ms. Haneen, and sorry for interrupting your talks here, because we are witnessing a very important moment for the peace in the Middle East.
Unprecedented. Yes, yes, of course. Everyone will remember it, of course.
Yes. Ms. Haneen, back to your expectations from the world leaders regarding the reconstruction of the Strip. And we have seen in the joint press conference between President El-Sisi and U.S. President Donald Trump that President El-Sisi was keen to invite the U.S. President to attend the conference which will be taking place for the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. How do you see the importance of such a conference and for the collective contribution by the world powers and the world leaders to help in the reconstruction of the Strip, which was completely or 80% destroyed as the Gazans were returning to the north and found almost 80% of the Strip destroyed?
Absolutely. It only shows that this is not just individual work. Of course, the leadership was under the Egyptian efforts, but it shows that the whole world is agreeing on this. The whole world wants peace, and this is the first step towards it. Of course, the reconstruction is a very, it's a mega project actually, in terms of expenses and in terms of implementation on the ground and in terms of materials that are required. This is in terms of materialistic stuff. On the other hand, the rebuilding of people, the regaining of their humanity, feeling again that they are normal people who can live and obtain their food and practicing life as a normal human being. So the promises these leaders should make to all of us actually as human beings, as the international community as one, that such aggression is not to be repeated, not just on Palestine but on any other country, because this is inhuman. We are speaking of advancement, we're speaking of unity, but again, what we are seeing on the ground is something else.
Yes,
so accountability should be present on whoever does aggression or whoever attacks someone who shouldn't. the recognition of Palestine as a state puts it in a much stronger position for the legal aspects of what needs to be done. Mr.
Yes.
Trump has started with speaking of the sanctions. He wants to reduce the impact or reduce the harshness that the international community is imposing. But again, this is only normal, or this is only natural to the amount of aggression that has been exerted by the Israeli side.
Yes.
So we trust the leadership, of course. The people have spoken over the past 2 years
Yes.
that this
And
is unjust.
we
this
are,
is unfair.
I'm sorry for your interruption here again, but US President Donald Trump is having a photo with Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who was keen to participate at the Summit for Peace in the Gaza Strip. Of course, as we have been talking, Ms. Haneen, the keenness of the European leaders and many world leaders to participate in such a summit, and their keenness to mention here that they will contribute in the reconstruction of the Gaza Strip. How did you take this? How do you see it?
The plan or the thinking, the vision has been implemented on the ground. We are seeing it now. We're seeing it with how the leaders are acting on a very casual basis, taking selfies here and there. Everyone is happy. I think the social media will be filled with too many photos now, and everyone is analyzing everything from looks, from body language, from everything. It's very positive, of course, and it's again reassurance that what Egypt has promised, Egypt has gained or attained, actually. We do not deny the role of the other mediators, of course, and how wise Qatar was, especially after the attack on their land, the other Arab countries. Of course, Yemen has been a target, Tunisia was a target, Lebanon was a target, Syria was a target. So for all of this community to actually come in unity to hopefully reach the peace agreement that we are witnessing, this is again shows the importance and the significance of the Egyptian role, not just in the region but internationally as well. Because who of those leaders had actually managed to get Mr. Macron to come and visit and see the injured on the at the Rafah border?
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Concerning the Rafah border crossing, we have listened to her precious input. Indeed, a very important day for peace. We are watching live from Sharm El-Sheikh, US President Donald Trump having photos with world leaders who are participating at the Summit for Peace in the Gaza Strip. And ahead of the start of the summit, we watched the President of the United States having a press conference with President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi, where both leaders thanked, of course, each other for their contributions, and President Trump thanked President El-Sisi for the great efforts that he did exert to end the war in the Gaza Strip. And we are watching the British Prime Minister Keir Starmer having a photo with US President Donald Trump in this very special day for peace in the Middle East, a new dawn for the Middle East peace, as it was mentioned and it was said by the US President during his speech at the Israeli Knesset. Also earlier today, President Abdel Fattah El-Sisi said that he is going to give the order of the Nile to US President Donald Trump for the recognition of his role in achieving peace in the Middle East and ending the war in the Gaza Strip. Great day for peace from the city of peace, Sharm El-Sheikh. And indeed, in this very special day, the US President is keen to take photos with world leaders participating at the peace summit in Sharm El-Sheikh to remember this very important dawn for peace in the Middle East region.
إذن يلتقط الرئيس الأمريكي دونالد ترامب صور تذكارية مع المشاركين في هذا المؤتمر وهذه القمة المصرية الأمريكية الدولية للسلام حول فلسطين والمهمة والمقامة في شرم الشيخ كأحد أهم الأحداث التاريخية ليس في السنوات الأخيرة فحسب بل ربما يؤرخ للمنطقة على مدى عشرات شكل وتاريخ جديد من السلام في منطقة الشرق الأوسط والمنطقة العربية، بل ربما يمهد لمرحلة تاريخية جديدة وتبدأ من الآن وتبدأ من شرم الشيخ. ينضم إلي على الهواء مباشرة توم حرب، هو مدير التحالف الأمريكي الشرق أوسطي لديمقراطية. سيد توم، أهلا بك وكل تحياتي. إذن جاء ترامب إلى منطقة الشرق الأوسط ليدشن ربما مرحلة جديدة بحسب حديثه ليس لفلسطين وحدها بل للمنطقة ككل. يتحدث عن سلام تاريخي. كيف تفسر كلمات ترامب؟
مرحبا لكم وشكرا على الضيافة.
شكرا.
طبعا الرئيس ترامب ذهب إلى الشرق الأوسط اليوم، وهذا كان نهار تاريخي إن كان في إسرائيل أما في شرم الشيخ ليثبت طريقة السلام.
نعم، يعني ربما قصد ترامب أنه هذه المرحلة الجديدة من السلام في الشرق الأوسط، لكن هناك عدة أطراف ومنها الطرف الإسرائيلي كذلك كما يعني يتحدث عن السلام في المنطقة من الأطراف.
And U.S. President Donald Trump taking group photo with world leaders attending the Gaza Peace Summit in the city of peace, Sharm El-Sheikh. And that was President El-Sisi and U.S. President Donald Trump taking a memorial group photo with world leaders participating at the Sharm El-Sheikh Summit for Peace 2025 a very important day, an historical day for the Middle East region and peace in the Gaza Strip.
Welcome to Egypt.
نورتونا.
Bienvenue en Égypte. أهلا وسهلا.
欢迎来埃及。Bienvenido.
Bienvenue en Égypte.
Bienvenue. Welcome.
Egypt is glad you're here. نورتونا.
نورتوا مصر.
شرفتونا.
أهلا بيكم في مصر. أهلا بيكم.
Welcome to Egypt.
نورتوا مصر.
Welcome to Egypt.
أهلا بيكم في مصر. Benvenuto in Egypt. Bienvenido à Egypte. L'Égypte vous accueille avec joie.
نورتوا مصر. أهلا بيكم في مصر.
نورتونا.
Welcome to Egypt. Welcome to Egypt.
Welcome to Egypt. Welcome to the land of peace.
for the world. It's a tremendous day for the Middle East. And you can see that this is probably the greatest assemblage of countries in terms of wealth and power maybe ever assembled. And it's just an honor to be a part of it. We're going to be signing a document that's going to spell out a lot of rules and regulations and lots of other things. And it's very comprehensive, but we've already signed documents in the Middle East and having to do with Israel and Hamas and just about everything else, and it's really working out incredibly well. The hostages, as you know, were let go on time, on schedule. The very sad situation of bodies, which was always a sad situation, and they're being sought out, and they're working with many different people, finding some were brought in and some were not. And they're working out to find out where those bodies are. It's hard to believe that you even have to say something like that. It's so sad. It's so sad. But what's not sad is that we have finally, after, I guess they say 3,000 years, I've heard from 3,000 years to 500 years, but whatever it is, it's a lot. But this was the one, this was the granddaddy of them all. And frankly, I thought this was probably going to be the toughest, and maybe in many ways it was, but we had a lot of good talent. Steve Witkoff, Jared, and Marco, and Pete, and General Kane was so great. John Ratcliffe was incredible. We had an amazing array of talent, and we were helped by, in particular, the countries represented at this table. I will say, Tamim, you were fantastic, and your country is unbelievable, and I don't think they give you a fair shake. They talk about you as though you're not a nice person and you happen to be a nice person. You happen to live in a little tough neighborhood. You're surrounded by everybody. And without you, this wouldn't have happened. And I just want to thank you very much. That's Qatar. And thank you. He's a great gentleman, and he's an amazing leader. And another man who's been a friend of mine for a long time, I don't know what it is. I like the tough people better than I like the soft, easy ones. I don't know what the hell that is. It's a personality problem, I suspect. But this gentleman from a place called Turkey has one of the most powerful armies actually in the world. It's much more powerful than he even lets known. If you look at some of the recent conflicts, he was at the top of them, and he was winning them, and he did win them. And he doesn't want any credits. He doesn't want anything. He just wants to be left alone. He's a tough cookie, but he's been my friend. And every time I've ever needed him, he's been there for me. So I just want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, great guy. When NATO has a problem with him, because he is difficult, they call me. They said, would you do me a favor? Could you speak to Erdogan? And I do, and he never fails us. Right, General? He never fails. He's amazing. So I just want to thank you for the friendship. It's great. Thank you very much. And then, of course, we have the host tonight, and I just want to thank you very much. There was a reason we chose Egypt, because you were very helpful, and very, very helpful. Everybody wanted to have this, but we really thought it was appropriate, and you are a great leader. You have very little crime. You have problems that other countries don't have, and of course, nothing's perfect, but the job you do is amazing, and I want to thank you. Another one, he's been my friend right from the beginning, during the campaign against crooked Hillary Clinton. Have you heard of her? We were both downstairs waiting to go up to meet this gentleman who has a place called Egypt, the oldest civilization. They say 6,000 years. China's 5,000 years, but you're actually number one, 6,000 years. Can you believe it? But the oldest, they say, civilization. But so I went up to meet him first, and we liked each other so much that she waited for about an hour and a half. And I think your meeting lasted about 2 minutes with her. So I always remembered that. But that was our first meeting. We had great chemistry together. And he's a fantastic man and a fantastic general, by the way. But he's a great president. And I want to thank Egypt and all of your representatives for treating us all so well. Thank you very much. So we're going to be signing, and we're really representative of a whole group of nations, and they're sitting behind us, and you know most of them. I can tell you this guy's got so much money. They all have so much money. There's more money and power sitting behind us. I love that they're behind us. They've never been sitting behind anybody before. This is a unique position for them, but they are seriously, they're among the most powerful countries in the world, the richest countries in the world, and there's never been really an assemblage like what we have today. I don't think, Tamim, I've never seen it anyway. And I want to thank everybody for being with us. Here's a man, I just solved the war for him, Azerbaijan. Right, did I do a good job? Where's your compatriot here? Here he is. You two guys are still getting along, right? They fought for 32 years. In about 1 hour, we settled it, right? And they like each other now, too. It's good. That's great. I think it's great. Well, I want to thank everybody for being here. We have Italy. She's a very strong ruler. She's doing a great job. You're doing a great job. Thank you very much. There's so many. But we're actually going to be making a speech after this. So this is just a very important signing. But we're doing a signing, then we're doing a speech. And then I may stay behind with the leaders just to talk about that, some things without the press, without the media. But I want to thank the media for you've been so respectful on this deal. You know the importance of the deal, and I really, it was so pleasant to watch. I was on the plane for quite a while listening to the various newscasts, and they were all fair. They were talking about how incredible this is. This is an incredible day for the world, let alone the Middle East. So I just wanted to thank the media. They really treated it with respect. I wish you could be like that on other things, but that's perhaps too much to ask for. But on this, tremendous, everybody feels the same. Just tremendous respect, and we appreciate it very much. Can we get the documents, please? Okay.
You will sign right here, Mr.
Okay.
President.
Okay. This took 3,000 years to get to this point. Can you believe it? And it's going to hold up, too. It's going to hold up. Okay, thank you. You can use my pen if you want. Have a pen? Want to use mine? Okay. 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 Well, I think we're going to hold it up. I don't hold up the signature page, yeah.
So we're going to go and I'm going to say a few words. We're giving a little speech, and then we're going to meet with the leaders after that and spend a little time together without the media. The media is invited to the speech. I just want to tell you the people behind me and some of the people in the room that are so helpful, but the people behind me are the greatest leaders, most powerful leaders, the richest leaders, frankly. Sometimes it's not politically correct to say that, but I'll say it, the richest in the world that the world has ever seen. And yet when you get to know them, I know every one of them in their own way, and I can say in particular some, because that's the way life works, but some of the greatest people you'll ever meet, and people that really care for their countries. And why this happened is they all came together and they wanted to get Gaza straightened out. They wanted to get the whole thing straightened out. It got to a point where it was just crazy. And once they got together and once we started talking, it went really, Tamim, it went smoothly. It went so smoothly. You were such a big help, but it went so smoothly that nobody can even believe it, that we're sitting here and getting this all certified out and all done. And everybody's happy about it. Everybody's happy about it, like I've never seen before, actually. I've done other deals and people don't care as much. Big deals, I think they're big deals, but this is something that's taken off like a rocket ship. And it did from the beginning, and I've heard for years, this is the biggest deal, it'll never happen. For years, long before I ran for office, that this is the Middle East. It's the biggest, most complicated deal. And also it's the place that could lead to tremendous problems like World War III. They always talked about World War III would start in the Middle East. And that's not going to happen. We don't want it to start anywhere, actually, but it's not going to happen. So I just want to thank everybody, and I'll see you in a little while. And in particular, thank you all. Thank you, Tamim. Mr. General, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Great job. Great job. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Okay.
Shape human identity. Every stone, every inscription, every legacy teaches us a lesson. At the crossroads of continents, this is a land where civilizations met and prospered across millennia, a gathering place of cultures and ideas, a place of reflection and dialogue, a land that embraces every culture, every voice, every tradition, an inclusive place where humanity's differences
Welcome back. You're still watching Nile TV International and the special coverage for the Sharm El-Sheikh Peace.
Sharm El-Sheikh Peace Summit. At this historic milestone where we all together have witnessed the reaching of Sharm El-Sheikh agreement on ending war in Gaza and the birth of a glimpse of hope that such deal ends an agonizing chapter in the history of mankind and opens the door, ushering in a new era of peace and stability in the Middle East. The deal offers a better morrow to the conflict-fatigued and strained regional populations. And now we receive the valorous peace leaders that attained peace in the entire world. Allow me to invite His Excellency, the American President Donald Trump, to join the peace lovers leaders who advocate for peace in the world. And I would like to express our profound appreciation to Your Excellency at this critical circumstance reflected in your proposed plan for ending this tragic war, a war during which humanity incurred significant losses. I would like to thank our partners in United States, Turkey and Qatar for their dedicated efforts, and I reiterate our support and aspiration to the execution of this plan, creating the essential political horizon for the implementation of the two-state solution, for it is the only pathway to the fulfillment of the legitimate ambition of both Palestinian and Israeli peoples, turning over the conflict page and safely live. Excellency President, you have demonstrated that genuine leadership doesn't mean war waging, rather the ability to bring it to a halt. We trust your leadership that is capable to carry out the current deal and to execute your entire staged plan. Excellency President, let Gaza war be the last of wars in the Middle East. Majesties, Excellencies, and Highnesses, Egypt launched peace trajectory in the Middle East nearly half a century ago, specifically in November 1977. When the late President Anwar Sadat, may God shower him with his mercy, took unprecedented steady moves in the history of the region and initiated the historic visit to Jerusalem. Since that moment, Egypt has established a new era, granting posterities a chance for life, and proved that people's security is not only realized by military force. Today, Egypt along with its sisterly Arab and Islamic states, reiterate that peace remains our strategic option. Experience showed over the past decades that this option cannot be founded except through just and equal rights. Based on this, and if the whole regional populations have always been relishing the right to their independent nations, the Palestinian people is not an exception. They too have the right to self-determination and to aspire for a future where war doesn't loom over, own the right to enjoy freedom and to live in their independent state, a state that lives side by side with Israel in peace, security, and mutual recognition. Peace is not only crafted by governments, but also built by peoples when they realize that yesterday's rivals could be tomorrow's partners. I avail this opportunity to appeal to the Israeli people. I say, let us turn this historic moment into a new beginning of just and peaceful coexistence prevalent life. Allow us to look forward together to a better future for the sons of our nations. Together, stretch out our hands for our cooperation towards a just and durable peace for the entire regional populations. Excellency President Trump, let us pause at the scenes of overwhelming relief and happiness, whether down the streets in Gaza or in Israel alike, or in the entire world, after reaching the war-ending agreement. Thanks to your wise initiative, it is another evidence to the people's option is peace. We value as well your interest in resuming life in Gaza. Egypt will work with the United States and in coordination with all partners during the forthcoming days to lay down the common grounds for proceeding towards the Strip reconstruction without delay. In this context, we are willing to host early recovery, reconstruction and development conference, which will be based on your plan for ending the war in Gaza, in order to provide livelihoods and to give hope to the Palestinians on their lands. Peace cannot be completed until hands are extended for rebuilding in the aftermath of devastation. Majesties, Excellencies, and Highnesses, we look ahead to a bright future to our region, as its cities are built on hope rather on burying the memories of its inhabitants under the rubble. We have a unique and historic opportunity at hand. It might be the last to come to a Middle East free from whatever menacing its stability and progress, a Middle East where its populations relish peace and decent existence within its secured borders and safeguarded rights. A Middle East that is invincible to terrorism and radicalization. A Middle East free from mass destructive weapons. This is the very new Middle East that Egypt envisions to be embedded in collaboration with regional and international partners. Today's agreement paves the way for that, and it should be cemented and implemented in all its stages, and to reach the implementation of the two-state solution, ensuring our joint vision, exemplifying coexistence among the regional populations, even exemplifying integration among all its states. Honorable attendees, before I conclude my speech, and in appreciation to President Donald Trump's efforts, I would like to declare before the August attendees Egypt's decree to decorate His Excellency with the Order of the Nile, the highest state honor among Egyptian decorations. It is awarded to heads of states and to those who render great services to humankind. Thank you all. Now I invite the honorable guest to deliver his speech. Excellency President Trump, kindly proceed. The floor is yours.
Well, thank you very much, and that was a great honor. I appreciate it very much, Mr. President. Mr. General, Mr. President, great General, great President, thank you very much. This is the day that people across the region and around the world have been working, striving, hoping, and praying for. They have done things over the last month that I think were really unthinkable. Nobody thought this could happen. With the historic agreement we've just signed, those prayers of millions have finally been answered. As you know, the hostages have been returned, and further work goes on having to do with the, sadly to say, bodies. Together we've achieved what everybody said was impossible. At long last, we have peace in the Middle East, and it's a very simple expression, peace in the Middle East, and we've heard it for many years, but nobody thought it could ever get there, and now we're there. I want to congratulate everybody sitting in these first few rows and standing behind me. I don't know why they chose to stand, but I promise I'll make it short, okay? We are not going to keep you standing for long. These are great leaders. After years of suffering and bloodshed, the war in Gaza is over. Humanitarian aid is now pouring in, including hundreds of truckloads of food, medical equipment, and other supplies, much of it paid for by people in this room. Civilians are returning to their homes. The hostages are reuniting. I mean, it's beautiful. I'm just watching it backstage. The level of love and sorrow, I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing when you see they haven't seen their mother, their father. They haven't seen them in such a long time, and they lived in a tunnel. Very little tunnel, very deep, and the level of love is just incredible. It's a beautiful thing to see. It's, in one sense, it's so horrible that it could have taken place, but in another sense, it's so beautiful to see. A new and beautiful day is rising, and now the rebuilding begins. The rebuilding is maybe going to be the easiest part. I think we've done a lot of the hardest part, because the rest comes together. We all know how to rebuild, and we know how to build better than anybody in the world. I want to express my tremendous gratitude to the Arab and Muslim nations who helped make this incredible breakthrough possible. And you really did. To President El-Sisi of Egypt, who is so generously hosting us today. And I want to thank you for the outstanding job your country is doing in so many different ways, and for helping us so much with this peace agreement. I also want to thank the President for the escort of 6 fighter jets. Oh, we looked out the window, we said, I hope they're friendly, and they turned out to be very friendly. But we had 3 on each side, and they are beauties right out of the great, really American manufacturing hub. We make the greatest military equipment in the world. We have the strongest military in the world by far. and I knew exactly what those planes were, and I knew exactly how much you paid for those planes, too. You paid a lot, but you got a pretty good deal, and they are great planes, and we just appreciate it. That was quite an escort in. That was very impressive. But Air Force One was really, it was covered with Egyptian desert just a few months ago. If you think about it, just a few months ago it was Egyptian desert, and now it was just a few feet off our window. And it was a spectacular sight, and I appreciate it very much, really. That was pretty good. You got our people by surprise. I don't know if they were thrilled right at the beginning, but they were thrilled as we sailed along very, very calmly and safely. And I'm deeply honored to receive from you, Egypt's highest state honor, the Order of the Nile. The Nile is so beautiful, so magnificent. It's such a beautiful title, the Order of the Nile. Thank you very much, Mr. President. Appreciate it. Great honor. I also want to give a very special thanks to the Emir of Qatar, a man who's outstanding. He's been a friend of mine for a long time, long before politics, and he's a fantastically respected man. His Highness Sheikh Tamim is respected by everybody. He's respected by everybody, and in the most positive way, not only because of power, because of his heart. He's got a tremendous heart, and he's a great leader, and his country loves him. Thank you very much for being here. It's an honor. Let me also express our condolences to the Qataris on the tragic car crash that claimed the lives of your cherished diplomats, some of whom were known by our people, and they were supposed to be incredible people. So please extend our sorrow and best wishes. That was tough. That was really tough. On this extraordinary occasion, I also want to give our sincere thanks to President Erdogan of Turkey. He's always there when I need him. He's such a tough guy. He is tough as you can be, but we love him. And when they have a problem with you, they always call me to handle it. And usually I come through. We just have a good relationship, and we have from the beginning. And so I want to thank you very much and say hello to your wife, your beautiful wife. And it's great to be with you. Always there. When I need him, he's always there. Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I also want to thank, I just spoke to him on the phone, His Royal Highness Crown Prince Mohammed, Saudi Arabia, a special friend of mine. Boy, he's come so long and so far, and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. And I want to just thank him. And, His Highness Sheikh Mohammed of the United Arab Emirates is here. Where? He's here someplace. Well, oh, he's not here, but he's here in spirit, I can tell you that. And he's been another one. He's been absolutely incredible, and we appreciate it very much. And His Majesty King Abdullah of Jordan, and thank you very much, King Abdul of Jordan. He's here. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. And you really have been a great helper. We appreciate it. Appreciate it. Prime Minister Sharif of Pakistan, and also I have to say my favorite field marshal from Pakistan, who's not here, but the Prime Minister is here, and you're going to give his regards. Where are you? There you go. Thank you very much. Do you want to say what you said to me the other day? Come, would you like to say what you said the other day? I think it was so nice. Please.
Thank you very much, my dear President Trump, my dear brother President El-Sisi of Egypt, Majesties, Highnesses, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Assalamu alaikum, and a very good evening. Well, I would say today is one of the greatest days in contemporary history, because peace has been achieved after untiring efforts led by President Trump, who is genuinely a man of peace, who has relentlessly and untiringly worked throughout these months, day in and day out, to make this world a place to live with peace and prosperity. I would say that Pakistan had nominated President Donald Trump for Nobel Peace Prize for his outstanding, extraordinary contributions to first stop war between India and Pakistan and then achieve ceasefire along with his very wonderful team. And today, again, I would like to nominate this great president for Nobel Peace Prize because I genuinely feel that he is the most genuine and most wonderful candidate for Peace Prize because he has brought not only peace in South Asia, saved millions of people, their lives. And today, here in Sharm El-Sheikh, achieving peace in Gaza is saving millions of lives in the Middle East. Mr. President, I would like to salute you for your exemplary leadership, visionary leadership. And I think that you are the man this world needed most at this point in time. World would always remember you as a man who did everything, went out of the way to stop 7 and today 8 wars. I would like to thank my very dear brother, Sheikh Tamim. He's El-Sisi, who has really worked very hard along with others to achieve peace in this region. My very dear brother, President Tayyip Erdogan, His Majesty, King Abdullah, and of course, my very dear brother, Mohammed bin Zayed of UAE, and of course, my very dear brother, Crown Prince of Saudi Arabia. And he has also been very, very helpful and contributed very valuably in this wonderful peace process. Ladies and gentlemen, I wouldn't want to take more of your time. Suffice it to say, had it not been for this gentleman, not only, who knows, India and Pakistan are both nuclear powers. Had he not intervened along with his wonderful team, during those 4 days, the war could have escalated to a level. Who would have lived to tell what happened? And similarly, here in this part of the world, in the Middle East, Mr. President, your valuable contribution along with President El-Sisi, I think history will remember in golden words. I wouldn't say more except God bless you, God give you long life to serve like this for all time to come. Thank you very much. Very kind.
Thank you. Wow, I didn't expect that. Let's go home. There's nothing more I have to say. Goodbye, everybody. That was really beautiful and beautifully delivered. Wow, thank you very much. Also with us is President Prabowo, a very incredible man of Indonesia. President, come in. Great job. President Abbas of the Palestinian Authority. See, we have them all. We have them all. Great, great. It's good to have you. And so many others. I have a list here. This first 3 rows and what's standing behind me, I don't know why they chose to stand, but it's there. They're going to be very famous tomorrow. We have the Arab League is represented by His Excellency, and thank you very much for being here. Thank you very much. We have Armenia, and Azerbaijan. That's a little war that we stopped. That's a little war. There they are. Look at them. They're sitting. When I met with them, it was in the Oval Office. They fought for like 31 years or some crazy number. And they had one sitting on that side of the Oval Office, one sitting. By the time we finished in 1 hour, they were both hugging each other. And now they're friends and they're getting along great. Look at it. So I want to thank you both. That's incredible. Really incredible. So you have Armenia and you have Bahrain. You have Canada. It's so great to have, in fact, the president called and he wanted to know if it's worthwhile. He knew exactly what it was. He knew the importance. Where's Canada, by the way? Where are you? Where are you? He knew the importance of this. He said, I want to be there. So many people have done that. They called. I mean, they heard about it. And these are not people that can do that very easily. They have pretty big schedules, to put it mild. The most powerful people. And I appreciate you being here very much, Mr. President. Fantastic. Fantastic. And Cyprus, Egypt, the European Union, it's a lot of countries. France, thank you very much, Emmanuel. I would imagine Emmanuel standing someplace behind me. Where is he? I can't believe it. You're taking a low-key approach today. He's my friend. That's great. Good job. Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Germany, the new Chancellor of Germany he's easy to spot because he's very tall and he's very smart and he's doing a fantastic job for his country. Appreciate it very much. And congratulations, a big election. That was a big one. That was going to change things. Greece, we have Greece. We have Hungary. Oh, Victor, where is Victor? Victor. We love Victor. Victor, I call him. You know, I put the little accent on it. You are fantastic, all right? I know a lot of people don't agree with me, but I'm the only one that matters. You are fantastic. He's a great leader. I endorsed him the last election he had, and he won by 28 points. So you're going to do even better this time. You have another election, and you're going to do great, and we appreciate it. And we're behind you 100%. That's Hungary. India is a great country with a very good friend of mine at the top, and he's just done a fantastic job. And I think that Pakistan and India are going to live very nicely together, right? That's not a very, they are. And they're two great, I'd say, leaders, great leaders as far as I'm concerned. Indonesia, we covered, and I just want to say that that's a big country, a powerful country. It does unbelievably well, and it's great to have you. Iraq, we have Iraq with lots of oil. They have so much oil, they don't know what to do with it. That's a big problem when you have so much, you have no idea what to do with it. So thank you very much thank you very much. Italy, we have a young woman who's, I'm not allowed to say it because usually it's the end of your political career if you say it. She's a beautiful young woman. Now, if you use the word beautiful in the United States about a woman, that's the end of your political career, but I'll take my chances. Where is she? There she is. You don't mind being called beautiful, right? Because you are. Thank you very much for coming. We appreciate it. She wanted to be here, and she's incredible, and they really respect her in Italy. She's a very successful politician. We have Norway. Oh, Norway. Norway. What happened, Norway? What happened? Where's Norway? Where is he? We have Johnny. We're going to the World Cup, I can tell you that. Where's Norway? I don't think he wants to stand. Oh, he's back there. Well, we have Norway. Oman, again. We have Paraguay. We have really fantastic representative from Saudi Arabia. Thank you very much. I'll tell you what, and this time we'll get you the best seat. He always gets the best seat. He deserves the best seat. But what a great place it is. Spain. Where's Spain? Are you guys working on him with respect to the GDP? We'll get close. We'll get close. But fantastic job you're doing. And UAE, which is great. United Kingdom. Where's United Kingdom? Where's our friend? Where? Come here. Is everything going good? Very good. That's very nice that you're here. These people all came in like 20-minute notice, and I think it's fantastic. And we have so many others, and just so many others. And it's such a compliment to what we're doing, because what we've done is something very unique and very special. So it's perhaps the wealthiest and most powerful group of nations ever assembled at one time, which is a big thing. We have achieved together in recent days a change that really is historic, and it's going to be remembered forever. And I want to thank the American team for their amazing work, and I want to thank, I think he'll go down as the greatest Secretary of State in the history of our country. I really believe that, Marco, or I wouldn't say it. Marco Rubio, I wouldn't say it. Maybe I would. You're doing a great job. I'll tell you, he's on course to do it. We've done a lot of work in 9 months. We've done a lot of work. I say that, 1 year ago, a little more, but 1 year ago, America, the United States of America was was a dead country. The king told me, and I use that, he said, sir, 1 year ago it was a dead country. Today you have the hottest country anywhere in the world, and it is. It's the hottest country. So many investors are here. We have over $17 trillion being invested in the United States, which is a record that nobody has ever beaten. I don't think anybody will. And we still have 4 months to go before it's a year. So in 8 months, we have over 17 trillion. We're actually very close to $18 trillion. There's never been, as an example, the previous administration had less than $1 trillion over 4 years. We have, we're close to breaking $18 trillion in 8 months. That's pretty amazing. No country's ever done that. I want to also thank Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and my son-in-law and a great guy, Jared Kushner. And I even have my daughter here, Ivanka. Ivanka, please stand up. Ivanka's here. Wow. Thank you. Thank you, Ivanka. We have a great team, and we have, as you know, General Raisin Kane. We have John Radcliffe. We have Tom Barrack. We have really a lot of good talent. We have Pete Hegseth, who's now Department of War as opposed to Department of Defense. We made a little change. Somehow I like the name better, so do you, so do a lot of people. But the momentous breakthrough that we're here to celebrate tonight is more than the end of the war in Gaza. It's with God's help, it'll be the new beginning for an entire beautiful Middle East. From this moment forward, we can build a region that's strong and stable and prosperous and united in rejecting the path of terror once and for all. We want to get rid of the terror and get on to other things. There are many other things in life that are so good. The final sprint to this deal began less than 3 weeks ago on the sidelines of the United Nations in New York. I met with many of the people in this room, and it all just started coming together. I've known so many of you for so long. You're friends of mine. You're great people. I have a couple I don't like in particular, but I won't tell you who. I have actually a few of them I don't like at all. But you'll never find out who they are. Well, maybe you will, come to think of it. But I have most of you who I like a lot, and I respect a lot. Maybe that's more important. We listened, and we exchanged ideas, and we kept pushing forward until the job was done. And the first steps to peace are always the hardest. And today we've taken them, and we've put them all together, and we've come up with this beautiful mix like nobody thought was possible. And as you know, I've just come from Israel. It was an amazing day to watch the hostages come in and to watch all of the other things and do all of the other things that we did. And like all of us here this evening, the Israeli people are overjoyed that the war has ended. Many of you have had dancing in the streets. They had dancing in the streets. And they've been dancing for weeks now once they heard about this and they heard that it was even a possibility. They're elated at the arrival of the hostages and excited to begin this new chapter for the entire region, and it's going to be that, and they are going to be great partners, and I hope everybody's going to join the Abraham Accord. I like to say the Avraham I love Avraham, but somehow it doesn't sound as good when I say it as it does when some of my other friends say it who are from the region. But we're going to get a lot of people joining the Abraham Accords. We have the 4 great nations that did it early on, and they stayed with it. And then you had the Biden administration, which is the worst administration in the history of our country, and obviously they did nothing on that and anything else. And so it stayed at 4, and now a lot of people, even today, they're talking about all joining up. So many people have talked to me about that, and it's going to be a great tribute to really the United States. I mean, the United States has worked very hard in the Middle East, so it would be a tribute to us and to Jared and to Steve and to all of the people, Marco, all of the people that have worked so hard on that. And it really is going to bring, it's going to guarantee that it all stays together. You're going to do well, because the 4 nations do very well. I mean, they do extremely, as they're wealthy, but they're a lot wealthier because of it. So I hope everybody's now joining up. Now we have no excuses. We don't have a Gaza, and we don't have an Iran as an excuse. That was a good excuse, but we don't have that anymore. All the momentum now is toward a great, glorious, and lasting peace. And our commitment to fulfilling the 20-point plan we developed together will be the crucial foundation for achieving that bright future. And it's being worked on right now as we speak. And we're actually in stage 3 and 4. It's not going to be, just divided down so simply. We can be long advanced on some of the things that we say we're going to do. We can take them out of order in a positive way. And we've shown how it can be done with responsible nations like the people in this room, these incredible people in this room, setting aside their differences, seeking common ground, and pursuing a better world for all of us. And that spirit's my dream, that we all get together and enjoy our life. And we're going to put some of you on the Board of Peace. Everybody wants to be on the Board of Peace. They said, would you be the chairman? I say, I'm pretty busy too. But whatever we can do to have peace in the Middle East, it's worth it. But everybody wants to go on the Board of Peace, so we're probably going to enlarge it. We're going to get, and the leaders, the top people, the top leaders, they want to be on the Board of Peace. A beautiful term. At first I wasn't sure, and then I realized how beautiful it is. And for the people of Gaza, the focus now must be on restoring the basics of a good life. We're going to have a lot of money coming into Gaza and a lot of rebuilding and building. It's not so much rebuilding, it's really building, cleaning up and building. And I'm pleased to announce that numerous countries of great wealth and power and dignity have come forward to me, and just today and over the last week, to say they want to help in the reconstruction of Gaza, putting up whatever money is necessary. And the money is, of course, it's a lot of money, but it's not much compared to the value or the wealth of these tremendous countries, and they are ensuring stability and success in the Middle East. So when you think about it, it's a very, very small amount of money is necessary, relatively speaking. And as those commitments are made, I'm going to let the world know who is doing it, because they really deserve great credit for doing it, and they're going to do something that's really monumental. This is a monumental day. This is a monumental moment in the history of the world beyond the Middle East. We've all agreed that supporting Gaza must be done to lift up the people themselves, but we don't want to fund anything having to do with bloodshed, hatred, or terror, as has happened in the past. And for the same reason, we're also agreed that Gaza's reconstruction requires that it be demilitarized, and that a new, honest civilian police force must be allowed to create a safe condition for the people in Gaza. As I said earlier, I intend to be a partner in securing a better future. We're going to be working, you're going to be working with the United States, and we're going to make sure that the Middle East is going to be a safe and secure place. It's a very important place in the world, means so much. There were so many people who said the Middle East, and this has been going for many, many decades. I've read it many times, that World War III will begin in the Middle East. It's not going to happen. That's not going to happen. There was a time that you would have thought it could have, but it's not going to happen. There won't be World War III, hopefully at all, but it's not going to start in the Middle East. We're not going to have a World War III if we're smart. There'll never be a World War III. Our work begins right here and right now. From ancient times, this region has been extraordinarily mixed with respect to people, culture, religions, all of the different elements of national characters, unlike maybe anywhere else on earth. And for 3,000 years, there's been conflict. For whatever reason, there's been tremendous conflict, always conflict. But today, for the first time anyone can remember, we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance to put the old feuds and bitter hatreds behind us. And that's why so many people in this room, they didn't get along. Some did, some didn't, but they're getting along now. This has brought the people together. This is the first time the Middle East crisis has brought people together as opposed to driving them apart. And to declare that our future will not be ruled by the fights of the generations past, which is foolish. So together, let us continue in the spirit of cooperation and goodwill that has finally brought us to this incredible, historic breakthrough. If we do together, we will reach the Middle East's incredible destiny, a safe and prosperous and beautiful crossroads of culture and commerce, faith in humanity and geographic center. This will be the geographic center of the world. So I just want to thank everybody for being here. I want to thank you all for what you've done and for this quick notice. It all came together just at one little period. It just came together. It's the greatest deals happen that way. If you do anything about deals, that's all I've done all my life is deals. The greatest deals just sort of happen. And that's what happened right here. And maybe this is going to be the greatest deal of them all, not just nation building, not just having to do with this or the political whims. This will be maybe the greatest deal of them all, period. And I want to thank all of you and all of these great nations and this region for what it's gone through and all of the fights it's had, or life over death and hope over strife and harmony over hatred. That's what we want. We want it to be that way because together we're going to forge a magnificent, great, and enduring peace. I want to just end by saying God bless you all. God bless the Middle East. God bless your countries. And God bless you. Thank you very much, everybody. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you very much. So if we could ask the media to leave, and we're going to have a little conversation with all of these great leaders, which will take 5 minutes, and we'll just talk for a couple of minutes. But if we could ask the media to leave, would be great. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
We started to have his long speech after Netanyahu and the other in Israel today, or in occupied Palestine today. He started to tell them, I think it would be very worse for you if you continued for the next year or next 2 years. And it was negating with what he praised them in the beginning. And he knows because, you know, he's a businessman. And also don't forget that via attacking Qatar recently, and then the flotilla members who were embracing this peaceful intention and trying to break the blockade over Gaza and the maltreatment that already occurred to them via this, the IDF and the others. I think it made Israel losing its ethical, cover worldwide. And it was very difficult for them. And also all the experts in the United States who mentioned, the stupidity of Israel just to attack Doha a few weeks ago, or by the beginning of September. It was also another big sin for the Zionist entity that put them under, pressure from the West, because that would affect the relationship between America and the allies in the region, especially the Gulf states. And as he said, that is a very close friends, the Prince of Qatar and so on. That was the opportunity that already the Arab and the Islamic world already, took the chance and met in Qatar for this urgent Arab and Islamic summit over there. And after that, there was a good steps from Egypt, and Egypt has the strongest speech of such, summit in this regard, as far as they remember. And then a lot of movements and a lot of steps had been taken positively in that respect for